Yo, Alan, how you doing, man? What's up, Isham? Yo, Baldwin, how you doing, man? What's up, Vale? What's up, Darkborn? Okay, today is going to be what's it called? The Meteoric Ore Sword. We're gonna try to optimize the damage. You're gonna have to go back to Elden Ring 2? You don't want it? What were you playing? Big sword, big PP? Yeah, you know how that works. It's gonna be pretty heavy. Might not even need to respec. Technically, it's gonna be this. Probably we're not gonna have any way around using Great Jar. It's gonna be probably something like this. That's gonna be our kit. Went back to Dark Souls 3. Oh, we're still way too heavy. Still way too heavy. What? Man, is it gonna require like 50? Okay, 50 is actually a little bit above what we need. This one requires 17, might as well go 18. That game's still fun, but it puts in perspective how bad we balance. Wait, how bad Elden Ring balance is. Okay, yeah. I think it's 19, the minimum we need. Okay, so I'm gonna look at our AR. 13, 12. What about one-handed? 44, 43. Okay, so strength still to play. 48. Under Flake. Oh. If I go 790, 799, So strength is like the play, like all the way up. That's interesting. So that's probably gonna be the build, actually. Like 54 strength, 18 dex, and like 20 arcane, weirdly enough. It's actually a pretty good build looking at it. Like, it seems very balanced. It's not that far from what we usually have. We might make an inventory though. And look real quick. Look at some of the unique weapons we could be using. There's more of like Dex Arcane, but we can grab that. This one is more Dex as well, but we can check the AR. You have a hero to start mid-heroic? Yeah, that makes sense. I definitely, like, if I was to actually dedicate a build, I would, you know, pick hero too. Although I'm not sure anymore if the new heavy knight would be better. I'm not quite sure. You know, the one that's not out yet. We have grafted blade too, which is quite interesting given that we can use the super ender. Flower Gavel's a fun swap for this. It's a good call. We're probably gonna grab one. Blade Sword Lance? Oh, that's a good idea. Very good idea. Yeah, that's true. Like, a lot of weapons with bleed infusion will perform extremely well on this. A very good point, especially the big strength heavy ones. Like the strength weapons that have like S scaling, they'll probably do really well here. Like even this, like even the bleed weapons that I strength infuse, I think would do pretty well. Actually, now that we know that. I'm gonna try a few things. Thanks for mentioning. I'll try like a Milady with a bleed infusion and seppuku. Could be interesting, right? Like seppuku, bleed Milady. Yo, Picky, how you doing, man? Maybe an iron greatsword, banished one. Perhaps Flamberge with heavy infusion could be interesting. Not sure. Our Stance Bleed Broadsword are actually decent. Yeah, that's why I grabbed them. Like, I wanted to see if it would be good or not. Because, you know, with the current stat spread, might as well try a few different things, right? Like, while we're here. There's a lot of possibilities. I don't want to try like Shamshir with seppuku. See how that does. Morgoth CGS has a lot of dex requirement, I think, but we're gonna see once we get to it. Let's see here. Yeah, 35 dex, too high. As far as CGS, I remember playing with Beastmen. That shit's so short, it's really bad. Poison Gugs procs even faster. Yup, I was thinking Poison Gugs too. Poison Gugs was one that I had in mind with this sort of stat spread. Even back in Blade, I'm kind of curious. Brick Katana, it could be interesting. I mean, we have a lot of options, actually. Like, a lot of things that we can try. I know the fucking Twin Blade with a Bleed Infusion will be nasty. Oh, actually, we should try this one. And there's a lot to choose from. We can even use Ripple. I'm kind of wondering how much sleep build-up Ripple has. Good LC, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, guys. I actually just started. We're like making the build right now. It's gonna be like a strength arcane, but like I kind of optimized it for the mid-heroic or ultra, but like I'm slowly realizing that the stat spread for that quote-unquote optimization, I mean, it's not completely optimized. It's not the hero class, but or you know, the Tarnished edition Heavy Knight, but the stat spread is like very straightforward. It's like 54 strength, 20 arcane. Like you can put a lot of shit on a build like that. So it's very versatile. Like even this, right? Like the Putrescence Cleaver, I never used that, but this stat spread with the weight ratio we have, this is perfect for this. Like technically I'm gonna try this. We'll look at some other stuff. No, that's good. Maybe we can try a Bleedstone Club in there. Okay, so this one, the Flower Gavel, it's one that we're going to be able to use too. What else is there? Honestly, a flail against parry spammers is like less of a headache to kill them. And grab one. I actually wonder if the Brick Hammer with a Bleed Infusion would be interesting. I think what we need to do is compare Brick Hammer with Bleed Infusion. Oh, actually, no, because we can't put Seppuku on it. Never mind. Well, actually, we can do Brick Hammer, Bleed Infusion with, like, a Roar-type Ash that boosts our damage. Compared to, like, a heavy Great Star with a Bleed Bundle. I think the Bleed Bundle Heavy Great Star is probably going to out-damage and maybe even out-bleed proc it. I don't know. The Blood Fiend arm, we actually have the build for it. Interesting. It's so short though. Yeah, it's extremely bad. I'm just curious to see, like, if, you know, that's the thing, right? Like, it's like the reason you say it's so short, it's because it is so short and it will perform probably terribly, but that's also you miss up on some, like, properties sometimes, like, because, you know, the Brick Hammer has an S scaling in strength. So perhaps the damage is actually quite high, even with a Bleed Infusion, and we just don't really pay too much attention because it is too short and seems like pointless. But you never know, sometimes you get surprises, that's where I'm getting at. These spears technically are kind of good for the build, don't think I'll be using it, but we can grab them. I mean, same thing with the Blood Fiend. Like, right now we have, like, the perfect build for these two. Grab some. Bleed Brick is unreal. Yeah, Stormcaller. Yeah, Stormcaller is not a bad idea. Man, you know what? Stormcaller with like a weapon that has like really good strength scaling. Like, you know, maybe even like Knight Rider Glaive. Could be interesting. I mean, we're trying this shit out, right? Like, it doesn't even matter if it works out or not. It's just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. That's kind of the point. We have the poison hand, you know, like technically this build is going to be super good on poison. Even, you know, if a weapon is like just not quite good enough with the damage bleed wise, nothing is stopping us from, you know, going the poison route. Because this is the stat spread to do that. Crescent Moon Axe. Oh yeah, that's true. The yeah, I forgot about that. The into R2. But I think the CGS will be better though. Like I prefer the Veil route, which is just use fucking Freya instead. Don't overcomplicate things. Okay, I think we have everything. Just double check. Yeah, maybe grab like a poison bottle if we ever need to poison ourselves to buff. I don't think we will, but Venomous Fang could be interesting. We could do like one of these meme like like, you know, you have a bleed infusion on it and you have it poison and then you have like an ash that boosts the damage or something. It's probably bad, but anyway. I think we have enough weapons. We're probably gonna need to sort things out. Actually, before we sort things out, I think it's worth looking at some of the damage, right? Because like a lot of what we use is going to depend on what type of damage are we talking about. Like this, for instance, let's see. This does 531 split. This is not good. Like, what is a straight sword? 581, 481, I mean. Yeah, I mean, I don't see this like being really of any use, the Echoid Blade or whatever. What could be interesting though would be like, let's see the damage. Let's compare. Where is it? Like, what if we have like blood? What's the AR difference? See, like 459. Dude, we compare like that 459 to what we had just a second ago. Look at that. 481 versus 459. That's not a big difference. That's not that big. And we get the bleed buildup at 84 on this one. 84 bleed buildup is quite significant. So Blood Broadsword could actually be interesting. I mean, I think it's worth a shot. And then, what's the AR with Bragger? I mean, it's going to be plus 10%, but look at that. Dude, Bragger Bleed Broadsword has the same AR as just Heavy Broadsword. Now that is interesting. Like 505 both. At least on this stat spread. So the only thing that's gonna be left to figure out is oops, not this. The only thing I'm wondering is like, yeah, of course, like probably better to have like a Storm Stomp on this to be able to, you know, take full advantage of it, but I'm kind of curious to see like if we do like double Seppuku Broadsword. You know, double Seppuku Broadsword, like is it gonna be worth it? I'm like quite curious. I think it's worth trying it just for the experiment, like going double Seppuku Broadsword, even though it might not be the best. I kind of want to try it. Seems like kind of silly, worth trying type of deal. The power stand status killing nerf probably really hurts it. Yeah, probably. Because our damage is not going to be like that bad. At least it shouldn't be. One, two, three, four. Like, I'm thinking... I mean, it's probably going to be bad. Like, I'm looking at it right now, and I can't see myself getting a bleed proc after 2. Even after 3, like, it's probably going to be this. Like, this is what's going to be needed to get a bleed proc. This into this. This is probably what's going to get me a bleed proc, so... I mean, is it worth it? I don't think so, but we can try it. Let's move down the chain. Let's try this one, see what's the damage with the bleed. Oops, with a bleed infusion on this one. I feel like I want to try everything with seppuku right now. So seppuku on this, what's the AR? AR at 684. Pretty sure we have a great sword here to compare the damage. Look at this. Heavy claymore, 683. Oh my god, dude. Heavy fucking Knight's Greatsword, 667. Heavy claymore, 683. And then the bleed Iron Greatsword at 684. Yo, Soul Raider, thanks for the gifted, man. Really appreciate that. That's crazy. So that Iron Greatsword, and I mean, it has the good R2. And this R2 is quite good. And what's the bleed build-up on it? 84? I mean, 84... Wait, wasn't it this... Oh, no, that's the broadsword. I was about to say, like, because they look similar. That's the same as broadsword. I mean, it is broadsword. Okay, so 103... I don't think seppukuing that shit really makes sense. I think given how high the AR is, I think with that bleed, like, you put a Storm Stomp on this. Go 27 Arcane. What happens at 27 Arcane? I mean, just for the fuck of it, we can look at our build-up with this, because we're going to be at 28. So let's look at the build-up. 108 versus 103. So it's definitely not worth it. The only thing that could be worth it is one of these arcane helmets. 25 is the soft cap. I wonder... I think we're going to be like just short of it with the Stilovsky mask. Can find it. Yeah, we're at 24 here, but I mean, technically we could lower like 1 vigor, get 1 more point into arcane. This is 104 versus 104 blah, 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 versus 103. So you really need that at 27 to get that little extra, but it's not like enough for it to be really worth it, I don't think. And also, I think throughout the stream we'll probably switch our helmet anyway to like Mushroom Crown, like regardless. And you have to keep in mind, like right now the build is supposed to focus on Meteoric or Greatsword. So anything that is not Meteoric ore is sort of secondary, and we're like looking at stuff and seeing like what fits in there. You know what could be interesting on that Greatsword? Not like a Storm Stomp, even though Storm Stomp makes most sense most of the time. I'm thinking like, what about like some like damage type Ash? Like what about like a Sword Dance on this thing? Like, if we manage to hit someone with a sword dance on a bleed greatsword like that, we can probably delete someone quite quickly. Like, I'm quite curious about this with sword dance. I would normally never use that, but I feel like in an invasion setting, you can sorta make sense of it. We're gonna compare Banished Knight to Iron Greatsword, see if, you know, there's any advantage from one to the other. So this one, whoa, 584? What? Look at the AR difference. 584, 684. Oh my god. That is a 100 AR difference. That's like a full weapon class of difference for the infusion. Isn't that crazy? 584, 684. Dude, that is crazy. The damage difference is extraordinary, really. Yeah, plus no buff. We don't have any buff on this right now. Okay, what else do we got? Honestly, I want to see the fucking brick hammer right now. I want to see the AR, man. I think that Iron Greatsword is gonna be a perfect benchmark for the AR we get with all these other weapons. Like, let's see here. Like, see 658 for this compared to 684. Like, 658 is not bad, but it's not great. And then if we compare it to this, like, this is like 714, and putting a bundle on it, we could probably get like the same effect. So Great Star here kind of probably is better. Interesting stuff, though. At least we tried it. And what about Flamberge? Dude, this is the million-dollar question, guys. Like, what's best? You know what? I think we're gonna try this, like, on the build, right? Like, Flamberge... Dude, Flamberge gets out-damaged. That's crazy. Flamberge... Heavy Flamberge gets out-damaged by Bleed Iron Greatsword. What the hell? So Flamberge loses. Flamberge loses, even with the bundle. Like, the Bleed Iron Greatsword is better than Flamberge. Yeah, Flamberge is a dex weapon, but like for this specific setup, it's like, I mean, that's crazy to me. Like, it's still a greatsword with a strength infusion, and it gets out-damaged by this one. So let's see damage from Milady. Because Milady is special because it has that jumping attack double hit, right? So I'm thinking Milady would probably benefit, sorry, a lot from the seppuku treatment. And the damage is at 445, which is bad. It's bad, but it's gonna depend on how fast we can bleed people. Because a lot of its attacks are multi-hits. So it could be interesting to try it with seppuku still, even if the AR is kind of low. Okay, what else do we have? Okay, the heavy greatsword, no surprise there. I mean, the classic here... The classic is this. $725, it's actually not that far. 684. And the bleed buildup is quite high. I mean, it's not like we're discovering blood gogs. I mean, everyone knows about it. Can use the item that raises your arcane and damage when bleed occurs. Yeah, I don't have that item. Okay, what else do we got? Kind of curious about Shamshir real quick. Let's see. I think Shamshir is not gonna be like up to par with the rest of that stuff. Shamshir at 422. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be good enough. Okay, what else? Freya. Freya, we kind of wanted to try Freya with Stormcaller. With Bleed. It's just, it's gonna depend on... Look at this. 579 versus 612 for the one-handed damage. Dude, the Iron Greatsword does more on the Stormcaller than Freya. That's crazy. That is pretty fucking crazy. That is crazy stuff. I think we're gonna grab like 2 fucking Iron Greatswords. Okay, what about Great Cat? I mean, Great Cat is probably gonna be best with a bundle. Like, the damage is just too high on strength, like 694. Wait, 694 and this one is 684. What the hell? Crazy work. What's the damage for Great Cat? E549. If we buff it. Yeah, it's not comparable. Yeah, Great Cat is one of those that's just better, like, strength infuse and use a bundle, basically. Unless you have, like, a build, like, specific for it. For the bleed version of it. Okay, what else do we have? I want to see the Twin Blades, because Twin Blades are usually a good option for stuff like this. Okay, so we have here 514. And for Twin Blade, you could use Seppuku or Bragger. 565. Wait a second. This one is the same without the buff. And it goes to 634. Oh my god. Okay, this thing... Dude, the blood loss buildup at 103. Oh my god, this Gargoyle Twin Blade is actually a problem. Holy shit. Yeah, that Gargoyle Twin Blade is a problem. We're gonna have one that's, that has Bragger on it. And another one that has Seppuku on it. Okay, so the Bragger one, definitely a good option. I mean, Warp Tax, we're not really learning anything with Blood Warp Tax. Let's actually see real quick, though. What's the AR for the Cleaver? AR at 746, and then two-handed 800. That's not bad at all. Is it split? It is split. It'd be interesting to try this as a swap if we corner someone or something. Okay, let's see the build up and the damage for Bleed Club. $605 is not bad. It's not bad at all. It's not Iron Greatsword, but it's not bad. Like, you compare that to Warp Tax. Dude, Warp Tax is at 625. That's actually nowhere near the Iron Greatsword. Dude, that is crazy. That Iron Greatsword really has the high AR. That is quite surprising. And we have this for the Ash. What about that Flail? It has an S scaling if you heavy infuse it. Has an A scaling in strength with this. 563. It's not the worst. Quite frankly, it could be worse. Blood Fiend, it's probably gonna be like somewhat decent, right? I'm not even sure when I say it. Ew, 557. What is this? What the fuck? That's horrible. That is so bad. That Blood Fiend Marn sucks. What the hell? That is so bad. Wait. What is this? Am I crazy? That Sacred Spear only has 463? That is not right. Oh, it's because it's not a strength. Okay, so it's not the weapon for a build. It's more an arcane weapon. Okay. Okay, let's see the Stormcaller with this. Let's see what kind of damage we get. 551 is kind of trash. That's not good at all. Like, Freya's better here. Wow, okay. What about Crescent? Dude, Crescent sitting at 544. It is so garbage. I mean, we're gonna have we're gonna have Iron Greatswords for like every Ash at this point. Okay, what else is there? I mean, the Scythe is not gonna be amazing. Like, it's gonna be better, like, strength with a bundle. What else do we have? I think that's pretty much it. Okay. Oh, actually, I'm curious about Sword Lance. Guys. What is going to be Sword Lance damage? 567 is bad, actually. Oh my god, I thought it would be way higher than this. 567 versus 684. Wow, Sword Lance actually not being great. I thought it was doing higher than that. And then what if we have this? Okay, 637 is a little better. Still, though. Still. Interesting. But motion values for a Great Axe are better for Stormcaller? Oh, really now? What about motion values of Great Axe compared to Curved Greatsword? Compared to Greatsword? Okay, well, anyway, I think we have everything we need in here. I'm gonna start setting up the build. Gonna set this up, and we're gonna see what we can do with this. Okay, this is good. We arrive flush. So since we arrive flush, we can put one temporary weapon here. Okay, let's start the inventory. Let's start with two weapons that we're gonna try, but we're not necessarily going to use for the whole stream. For that, we're gonna try. I want to put the broadswords in there, but it's gonna be buried deep in the inventory. So I'm thinking let's go with Gugs here, because I know I'm not gonna change the Gugs. We're gonna keep it for the whole stream. Okay, and then you know the drill, the three bows, and then we have like temporary weapons here just to fill it up. Okay. All right. Now, some more quote-unquote filler weapons. We're gonna put the broadswords in there. Now, this is gonna be our first one tick up swap. Our first one tick up swap. And now the question is going to be, either we make the inventory around where is it? Meteoric ore. There it is. Either we make it around meteoric ore, or we make it around the iron greatsword. It's gonna be either or. Because it's basically gonna determine, like, I think we make it around the iron greatsword. I still put this like in here. So I think we put meteoric ore up right there. Okay. Now, next to it, honestly, let's just put a cleaver in there. Okay. Put maybe this. Okay, now our side swaps. Our side swaps are... Right now, I'm thinking about what I want for like 2 ticks to the side. I think we're... Oh, sorry. I think we're gonna go with Gavel. And this one here is gonna be a Stormcaller, I think. Actually, you know what? Let's put this one for the Stormcaller, because we can use it as a running attack too. Actually, let's put it on the other side. I'm hesitating right now. Actually, let's redo some of that. Put this, and then honestly, I think we're just gonna double some of that stuff in the inventory. I'm thinking making the inventory like half around meteoric or half around like iron greatsword, so kind of like a 50-50 in between the two. That being said, might as well fucking go all the way, dude. We'll just double everything. I think we just put a grafted in there, and then we double what we've done. So check this out. It's gonna be a little different than what I usually make. Something like this. Boom. Come on. There you go. Okay, so there you go. So this is going to be like part of our inventory. And then for our bottom swap, now we can start to put, like, you know, stuff that we will have but we won't use. Let's put like 2 sword lance in there, and then our bottom swap will be I think I'll put another iron greatsword. Then these 2 twin blades are gonna be hella nasty. Technically, we have another row available. To be honest, though, yeah, let's go a normal ender here. And then I don't really think I need anything else. Oh yeah, maybe the miladies. And try milady in here. Try this. And that's gonna be it. That's gonna be our inventory, guys. So we'll remove the scrap. And that's it. Now we just need to infuse the weapons, but that's gonna be our inventory for today. We're gonna try this out. Alright, let's just do the infusions and we're gonna be ready to go. Now we're not gonna use the spear, I don't think. We have enough weapons to try for the day, like to try a weapon properly, you need at least to give it, like, you know, an hour. Otherwise, it's just not enough. Honestly, for this one, I'm thinking a poison version of it. Even this one, you know what? This one, we don't want this one, we want Bragger. There's no point of having Shrek over Bragger if you're not planning on using the R2, and if the R2 is bad, like in the case of the Twin Blade. Not running R2, just the normal R2. Double seppuku, this. Honestly, I don't think I want Stormcaller for the flail. I think I just want this, because this is going to be just a tool against parry spammers. And then the Trusting Sword, I don't even plan on using it. It's just there as a VHS swap. As you know, like, if you start using TS, you always use TS over everything. Okay, so I think our inventory is good. There you go, guys. That's going to be our inventory for today. I'll be right back. Give me like a minute, and then we're going to start invading. I'm going to show the stats in the meantime. Alright, we're ready to rumble. Let's do this. With this. And we are ready to go. Let's do this. By the way, guys, any one of you've played either Mortal Shell 2 Open Beta or Fate Keeper? Anyone in chat played either of them? And what is your opinion? Okay, Ash of War right from the get-go. Dead. Whoa. Bro, why did they do so much? Dude, you cannot underestimate anyone in this game. You almost got deleted like right from the jump start. What the fuck? Oh man, good stuff. You're back with food. Welcome back, bro. Mortal Shell 2 looks so good. Love the art style. Need to play the first one. I actually got into Souls due to the art style. Saw the trailer for DS1 before it came out. Let me read some of your pop. There's not a lot of talk about this. I didn't like Mortal Shell 2. I thought it was quite terrible, if I'm being totally honest. Like, the combat is just plain bad, but Fate Keeper, on the other hand, which is, you know, it's strange because, you know, I have a bias toward third-person game, right? And games where you have more customization option, and Fate Keeper is the opposite of that. It's a first-person game with very little customization. And then Mortal Shell, you know, the third-person game with Souls-like combat with customization. And Fate Keeper actually was really good, and then Mortal Shell felt terrible. Did you try it, Vale? Did you try Mortal Shell 2? The open beta, I mean. To watch a friend play it after me, yeah. I mean, people should try it. It's an open beta right now. I think you guys should try it, so that you get to know for yourself whether you like it or not before buying it. Because, you know, I was excited for it. I didn't like it. And so I'm glad I got to play the open beta so that I didn't waste my money on the game, you know what I mean? Bro, stop sleeping. Like, let me sleep you. Keep trading blows. Cannot see anything. Making sure there's no trap here. I wonder if he's gonna die. Yeah, he is. We didn't get to sleep them properly. We slept them, but not properly. Antronite, thanks for the resub for 1 year, man. Thank you so much for still being here, dude. Thanks a lot. Oh, this guy is going to get sleepy sleepy. Oh wow, he actually timed it. Insane. It's so satisfying to land that. Oh man. The spades combo. It's the spades combo because he's the one who came up with it. Can you go from ledge to ledge with the ash? No. It stops going forward when you drop. Unfortunately. Well played. That greatsword looks cool as hell, though. Kind of like the look of her character with the Solitude armor, the Meteoric Ore greatsword, and then the crossbow in the back. I kind of dig the whole setup. What's cool is this is actually very viable for a lot of situations. Is against more challenging situation, you sleep people, and then against hyper armor, you can stun it. Have the Eye Armor with the Ash to finish people too. Like the forward momentum is there. It has a lot going for it. I dig this setup, guys. Does the Ash good as a good turn and burn in open field? I've never tried it as a turn and burn. I feel like it's probably like telegraphed. It's probably best to just use it around corners. Does the moveset and length give it any actual competitive advantage, or is it just an L2 stick? I think that's a very good question. Every time you talk about extra range, there's always a competitive advantage to having extra range. But, you know, because Gugs are Gugs, meaning that, you know, they're not necessarily the best weapon class. When you're using a Gugs as your main weapon, or an Ultra... Not a Gugs, but let's say an Ultra Greatsword. But I mean, an Ultra Greatsword is pretty much a Gugs in this game, because Gugs is like king of all Ultras. And so when you're using a Gugs as your main weapon, you're gonna complement it with something. And so the discussion is going to be mostly around not if Meteoric Ore is better than Gugs, because again, the Meteoric Ore has the range advantage. It has a unique Ash of War that's good for specific stuff, whereas the Gugs can fit on like almost any build, and you have freedom for your Ash of War. So the question is going to be like, what about the build that Meteoric Ore can... Like, what's the build for Meteoric Ore compared to whatever build you'd have with the Gugs? And the build for the Gugs are going to be just better overall. Like, you know, a pure strength build with, like, access to all the, you know, the thrusting sword and everything. Like, all optimal for strength is going to be better. With that being said, this build here is kind of optimal for Meteoric Ore, and it's still a strength build with 54 strength, meaning that there's not that much that's being sacrificed here for as far as a strength build is concerned. So I'm still rocking a good strength build with Meteoric Ore. And I think the optimal way to use Meteoric Ore is going to be to utilize sleeping into Punish. Because the thing with the spread crossbow that sleeps is you can sleep at a distance, but you won't have time for a big punish. Well, you do have time with this because it travels a large distance. And so this pairs extremely well with the sleep crossbow, and sleep crossbow is most definitely a top setup. I mistimed it. Let's this back. Woo! I didn't even know you could drop here. Like that combo right there, it's just so brutal. Like, you know, if you were to try that specific combination with Gugs, like, you could do that, like, sleep crossbow with Gugs, but what are you gonna use for your punish? Like, what are you gonna use? Like, freaking, like Giant Hunt? It's gonna do less damage than this, because you with this you hit twice. You hit with the both part of the Ash. So what else are you gonna use? Like the fire version of Giant Hunt? It's not gonna do as much damage as this. So this is better for this purpose, basically. We're streaming the Direct tomorrow? Is it tomorrow, the Nintendo Direct? Oh, we need to stream it. And I've been streaming like every event except Xbox recently. Wave of Darkness too slow for the sleep punish. Well, I mean, it's short, first of all. Like the Wave of Darkness makes no real sense, in my opinion. Like, if you're gonna use Wave of Darkness for a sleep punish, like, you should be using Starfist as a sleep punish. Like, the advantage for this, like the Meteoric Ore over, let's say, Starfist, is that you get the Eye Armor in the distance. And you get large distance travel with Eye Armor, so no one can stop you for your punish. Whereas with Starfist, you don't have time to, like, endure fully charge R2, R2. Like, if you sleep someone, you're gonna need to go straight for the full charge R2, R2 punish at point blank. So, while that's more optimal if you can pull it off, when you're in an invasion setting, it's way more consistent to use this because you have the distance, you have the Eye Armor. You're going to be able to pull this one off way more often. It's at 10 a.m. EST? Alright. Thanks, Firekeeper. They don't show more Duskblood, you'll be shocked. I mean, they will show more Duskblood. It's almost guaranteed. You're like, we're certainly going to get an update on it. It's an earlier event for us in NA. I mean, 10 a.m. is a good hour. You mean he's gonna spend work on my stream tomorrow? Yep, if I can be of any entertainment while you're getting bored at work, I'll take it. I'll be glad to provide some distraction. Another thing I forgot is to use my fucking frost pots. We did not allocate the frost pots. If we frost people on top of that, that shit's gonna be nasty. You got a buffed up sword lance here. Oh my god. Bro, they just did not care. I could not finish him. You got the shit mage with the teabag. Insane. No, you cannot backstab someone sleeping. We needed more damage, unfortunately. We did 1400, which is good, but not enough for a kill. We had all our buffs as well. Actually, I say we had all our buff, but if we frosted the guy prior, maybe we could have one-tapped him. You know, like, you take the frost damage, you know, we do like 200 extra from frosting him, and then we do the combo. I think he would have been dead. Then you add like 20% to that 1400. So you had like, you know, 320, something like that, I think. So you basically, let's say roughly you're gonna add like 200 from the pot and like 300 average. So you add another 500 damage to that. I think that guy's dead. So technically going for Frostspot first and then sleeping them into the combo would be the appropriate course of action. will do so much damage. No, Blood Boil will get me killed if I use that. Blood Boil is a good option for invasions, but not for trading. You don't want to use Blood Boil with trading weapons. That's basically like suicidal. Unless you're just, you know, you're just YOLOing. You don't really care. But Blood Boil is a good option overall. Except when it comes to weapons that specialize in trading. Okay, there you go. How do you keep up with the material cost for the pot? You just reload your... I say you reload your save. I just reload my save. Like, every time I stream, I reload my save, so I'm always at the same point. That's nothing else to it. You don't really need all that much material, to be honest, if you do that. It doesn't even matter. Like, you should have enough material, like, from one playthrough of completing the game if you reload save. Although I say one playthrough of completing the game, I mean, like, you know, getting every material that you can in that playthrough, though. Otherwise, if you don't, you're not gonna have enough, but it's really not that hard. But you do need to reload save, otherwise you won't have enough. And thank you so much for the support, dude. Really appreciate the donation. Always appreciated me for enduring Elden Ring, bringing us daily content. I'm not sure about invaders being gaming heroes, but I appreciate the support. Thanks a lot, man. But yeah, you know, I take no credit really for like enduring Elden Ring. It's really just to keep the channel alive until the next thing. That's why I'm doing it. It's not really about Elden Ring as much as it is about the channel and about the future of the channel and how much work it took to get it there. Like I think that at some point there's gonna be a good game that's gonna come along, and I'll be glad that I will have kept the channel up and active, basically. So, you know, let's keep the Elden Ring content while Elden Ring is the main focused game for FromSoft, and then hopefully the next From Software game delivers, and we have a lot of fun with whatever next big game they come up with. Hopefully it's not going to be Duskblood, because I don't want to buy a Switch 2, but you never know. Okay, let's move here. Meanwhile, next mainline game, no invasions. Well, I mean, I say, like, a game that comes along. It doesn't need to be, like, a From Software game necessarily. Like, you know, like, you look at the Souls-like genre. Like, look at how many Souls-like are coming out right now. I mean, at some point, someone's gonna fucking... Like, one of these dev is gonna understand... Like, so far, like, listening to the designer behind No Rest for the Wicked, that guy actually gets it. He doesn't make the type of game that we like, you know, like, I mean, I say we, you know, like, third-person game that is not an isometric game, right? Because, like, No Rest for the Wicked looks like a very good game, but it's isometric, so, you know, maybe some of you guys will enjoy isometric games. I don't. So that's just a matter of preference, though. But, like, the guy understands the logic behind, like, what actually makes Souls combat good combat. Whereas most of these other devs still don't really get it. Most of these other designers, I should say. But at some point, like, more people are gonna get it. They're just, like, late to the party. Like, it's a matter of time, basically. And time is very slow when we're talking about video game development. Like, time for iteration is very long. But there's gonna be, like, someone's gonna get it at some point. It's not gonna be forever elusive. And whether it's FromSoft that get it, whether it's Lords of the Fallen that gets it, you know, whether it's a Korean or Asian studio, like Chinese, whatever, or even German, like, you know, we had Fatekeeper, not a Souls-like game at all, but they certainly had a much better understanding of combat than a lot of these games that we've seen recently. And so, you know, we're going in the right direction, slowly but surely. It's just a matter of time. Now, whether it takes 10 years, 5 years, I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't take that long. We got a friend here. Yo, is he bubbling? Do we have a jungle hybrid? Yo, we have a jungle hybrid enjoyer, bro. What the hell? It's not quite the jungle hybrid, though. He's just doing bubble spells with an int build. Okay, well, I don't want to kill him. Would feel bad killing him. Oh boy. Let's kill him already. Okay, well, let's get this over with. Yo, Medios, yep, this is Strength Arcane. We'll be invading in Elden Ring in our retirement homes? Hell no, dude. Hell no. Dude, you better believe when the next big From Software thing comes along and Elden Ring dies, like... dude, like... Elden Ring's gonna be dead. Like, there's not gonna be people that stick to Elden Ring the same way there's people that still stick to Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1. Like, even Dark Souls 2 for that matter, there's not much people that stick to it. And I think a big reason why there's not a lot of people that stick to DS2 was that they fucked up the matchmaking in Dark Souls 2 with soul memory. I was about to say with muscle memory. They fucked up the matchmaking with soul memory, so it's not as active like years down the line. Whereas you look at Dark Souls 1, it still has like a dedicated community. Same thing with Dark Souls 3. Because these, like Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3 hit something that the other games didn't. Think they will remove future crouch functionality? I don't know. I don't think so, but whether they remove it or not, it's kind of irrelevant, honestly. Like, the crouch is not, like, like paramount to making a good game. You know, Dark Souls 3 was better than Elden Ring, all things considered, and it didn't have crouch. Is it better to have crouch in Elden Ring? Does it give more option? Is it a positive addition? Of course it is. But, you know, whether they decide to remove it or not, in the grand scheme of things, shouldn't really matter all that much. You think there's going to be a proper patch for Tarnished? I highly doubt it. I think people are coping way too much for Tarnished. I think Tarnished, all that it's going to do is, you know, add the stuff that they said will be added, aka, you know, the 2 new classes, the few armors, the few weapons, the horse skins, and perhaps like a patch that does like a few bug fixes, especially like PvE bug fix. But that aside, do I, like, you know, am I expecting for a PvP patch? No, I'm not. Maybe they're gonna fix a few bugs here and there, like, you know, fix some text or whatever. But yeah, I would be extremely surprised if there's any other unannounced edition. The only thing that I could see being added that they have not announced is maybe DLSS for PC. Maybe that could be a thing. That would be a huge deal for PC players. This host is hosting with Thunderstone. He's gonna die to this guy, probably. I mean, we're here, might as well watch. No way, dude! No fucking way! We have someone doing the same strat as us, but with a different flavor. Kinda curious to see if he can even pull off the combo. Doesn't seem like he has the time to do it. I just healed on the host, that's BG. Like, this host is like super honest. Even clueless. Come on, host. Kill him! Ah. Alright. This is a terrible fight, guys. Bro, what are we watching? I mean, at this point, we need to see the end of it. Oh, there it is. Music adds to it? Yeah, I agree. Thoughts on Grafted Sword as part of your pre-buff routine seems like a quick way to add extra AR and endurance. It's a good question. When it comes to buffing, it's all about trade-offs, right? Because what people don't understand is there is a cost to trading, buffing 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. The cost is that the more time you spend buffing, the more time is spent on, like, just wasted from the first buff that you did. So let's take the best example, which is, why don't you just mushroom crown poison buff yourself? Because you can do that on any build. Why not mushroom crown poison buff yourself on every build? Well, it's because the buff only lasts 20 seconds. And so by the time you buff that, either, like, you have two choices. Either you drink your physic and you, let's say you get your exalted flesh or boiled crab first, and then you poison buff. So your poison buff will have taken some amount of time on your exalted flesh, which only lasts like 30 seconds, or your boiled crab, which lasts, I think, a minute. So you will have wasted, let's say, about 10 seconds, because by the time you buff and then you move, it's going to be like 5 to 10 seconds, around something like that. And so that amount of time is removed from a prior buff that you had. And if you do the opposite thing, you know, like if you crab and if you poison buff, then you physic, and then you crab, then you will only have like 15 to 10 seconds left on your poison buff, which, you know, if you can buff with only 10 seconds left and be able to have it be worth it, like, you know, you can pull it off, good on you. But for most of the time, it's very unrealistic. And by the time you do all that, you wasted opportunities. And let's say, for instance, you take the poison buff again. A better option than poison buffing would be to land the frost spots on your enemies instead. The frost spots only takes a few seconds as well, but it doesn't remove you from the fight. You stay in the fight, you apply damage, and then you keep going. And the debuff that you get from frosting them is very similar to the buff you would have gotten from poison buffing. And then obviously when we talk about poison buff, it's not just about, like, you know, throwing 2 shit pots and then poisoning yourself. No, like, you're gonna want the bolus, so that's why I say like around 5 to 10 seconds. And so the moral of the story is, the more buffs you add, like, the more you make one of your buff or multiple of your buffs irrelevant, because most buffs don't last for a very long time. And so the time you spend buffing is wasted time on other buffs. And so it's the same thing for Oath of Vengeance. Even though Oath of Vengeance lasts a minute, the benefit you get, it depends on which build though, the benefit you get are usually minor compared to the time it takes and the FP it takes as well to do it. Like, you know, you could easily do that. And, you know, it costs a bit of FP to do it, lasts a minute. And you get, let's see how much AR we get out of it. Right now we have 894. Let's compare that to without it. I would say though, like, today's build is definitely more suited for an Oath of Vengeance buff, like for today's build, because you have like split damage. So let's see here, like we go from 868 to actually wait, yeah, for 868 to 894. That's a significant, actually that's a significant difference. So for something like this it would be worth it. But if you take a look at, let's say, a strength weapon, let's take TS for instance. TS on Oath of Vengeance is right now 528, and then if you remove the buff, Oath of Vengeance technically gives you a bit of defense from the pure sheer amount of stats that you gain. So it does add some defense as well. But look at this. From 522 to 528, this shit is basically irrelevant. If you can pull it off and there's no risk to it, like for instance, you can definitely do Oath of Vengeance like mid-duel. It's not that punishable because, you know, if someone tries to punish you, then you go after them because you have 5 seconds of endure. So technically in a duel, it makes sense to grafted, to buff with grafted mid-fight. But let's say you're invading, like, grafted, it doesn't make as much sense than to just, let's say, either boiled crab or exalted flesh. And you won't necessarily want to do both. I mean, you can if you want to, but if you're gonna do both, like, you're basically like wasting a bit of time for either one of them. You can do it, but it's up to you. Like, also it depends on the build. Like right now, this build again is well suited for grafted because I'm also not utilizing like the ritual shield. if you were utilizing Ritual Shield, well, you'd be losing Ritual Shield the moment you buff with this, because your HP bar goes up. And again, it depends on the setup. If you're using a setup that's very heavy on the FP consumption, then, you know, you're not going to just want to use Grafted, you're going to want to use Grafted, and then you're going to want to use a Starlight Shard. And so, like, all that buffing adds up. And so it's not like you just do as many buffs as you want and you're just at an advantage overall. Like, there is a significant trade-off in the time it takes to buff all of that stuff. But with that being said, your comment for this build is actually correct. Like, with the AR difference we get on Meteoric or Greatsword, I think the Grafted buff is worth it for this build. But again, a counterexample to that would be, like, you know, you take a weapon like TS, you know, an optimal strength weapon, not necessarily worth it. So it's not necessarily as cut and dry as just doing it every time you can. And again, there's not that many builds that can afford the Grafted buff, right? Like, strength builds can, but that doesn't mean they should, because most of the weapons don't really benefit as much. However, like a Strength Int hybrid, or a Strength Fate hybrid, or a Strength Arcane hybrid, that might make sense though, because you have like multiple scaling source. Saved by the bell. Smart guy. Let's just kill him normally. Great game. You're gonna die. He didn't. It's usually worth it for low-level invasions. Yeah, for low-level, it's different. For low-level, I mean, you have... It's not that hard, like, to understand. Like, you just weigh in the pros and cons, and on some builds, it's going to be worth it, because your resources, your damage is going to go up significantly. On other builds, it's not going to be worth it, because the benefit is just going to be very minimal. It depends on the build, but again, like, a strength build that has, like, frost weapons. Grafted's a good idea for frost weapons. A strength build that's using bleed weapons, again, a good idea. A strength int hybrid, a strength fate hybrid, a strength arcane hybrid. Those are all like good, you know, it's all good options to use. Or it's always a good idea for an hybrid build like that. That strength focus hybrid with another stat to use grafted. Quality build, yeah, I guess quality too, but quality, I mean, like, the problem with quality builds is that a quality build doesn't start making sense until you're super over-leveled. And when you're super over-leveled, the benefit from using grafted becomes, like, less significant. Because if you're gonna have, like, a quality build, you know, like, you basically have, like, 80 fucking strength and 80 dex. I guess you could try to make a build that has, like, 75 strength and 75 dex. And, like, focus on grafted. I mean, you could try that if you want. But, like, with that amount of points that you can allocate, the benefit for grafted become less significant. Because you have to keep in mind, right? Like buffing with grafted, you can make your build that depends on the grafted. Like you need grafted for your build to work as you want it to. But at that point, if you're gonna depend on stats, why not use something that's more permanent? You know, like a Millicent prosthesis or, you know, a dog helmet. You know, like stuff that you have like permanent 8 points. You do sacrifice the what's it called? You know, the focus, but we're just gonna respawn. But at least like you're not on a timer for your buff. So you have to weigh in like the pros and cons. Because maybe the dog helmet will be better than grafted if you actually really need the points like all the time. Insane. Ah, fuck. This is a terrible spot. Yo, that's a thing? Oh my god, bro, I've never seen that. I didn't know you could do that. Oh, we got lucky. And there's a chest up there. Alright, he's stuck with me now, though. That's kind of cool that this exists. I was not aware of that. God damn it, man. I hate getting killed by shit players, but I panic rolled that, unfortunately. I had an opportunity to kill the host on top of that. To be fair, like, this setup is pretty much garbage against blind spot. Like, blind spot can just shit on this. So what I should have done, there's really no way to play against that blind spot when you have a mage shooting at you in the background. Like, technically you need to ignore the phantom and just kill the host or kill the mage. So that was my mistake there. Because no matter what you do against the phantom, it's kind of irrelevant. Because you're gonna get shot, you know, from projectile while you try to engage. Great game. Bro. So annoying, the pressure they put on by being brain dead. And the invader comes in when I didn't need him. When it was pretty much already over. How much for a best of 9 in Dark Souls 3? I find that question so funny, because I don't play Dark Souls 3 anymore. I haven't played Dark Souls 3 in like 4 years. Like, why would you want the best of 9 someone who has not played in 4 years? But to answer your question, you know, like, if you're that stupid that you want to waste money on it, I'll take $1,000 to lose a best of 9 on a game that I haven't played for 4 years. You know, if you want to give me $1,000, I'll take it. About $15. Like, it's gonna cost you more than that to stroke your own ego. Right. Oh, so you'd pay 500? No, 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 it's not. Dude, you'd have to pay in advance. You know, like... I mean, I know the people that still play Dark Souls 3 are usually not all there, but... I mean, I had that happen, right? Like, someone... Like, guys, back in the days of Dark Souls 3, someone offered me $1,000 to fight, what's his name? The extremely laggy guy, like, the guy that had, like, the worst connection of, like, all players. Leatherface, there you go. You know, the guy was terrible, but his connection was so bad that, you know, with the flaws of Dark Souls 3... You know, in Dark Souls 3, you can infinitely roll on high lat with Blood Ring. And so the guy was just, you know, surviving on just panic rolling forever. And I actually did end up fighting him. It took like over an hour to kill him. It was one duel, over an hour. And the guy was horrible, but you could not kill him. It was just the nature of the game. But like people who ask for a BO9 right now, like dude, like where the fuck were you? Like I played at every era of this game, and I played in like pretty much nearly every tournament at my time. Like, people that are joining now, like, you know, you do whatever you want. Like, if you enjoyed this, I always say 8-year-old game, but I don't think Dark Souls 3 is 8 years old anymore, is it? How old is Dark Souls 3 now? What was the time it came? I think it's 10 years old now. Holy shit. Dark Souls 3 is a 10 years old game, guys. That's crazy. Dude, I never realized how old this game is, dude. 10 years old game? Holy shit. Like, people that are joining, like, fucking 8, 9, 10 years down the line after the game came out to invest themselves in it? That's crazy stuff. I mean, again, guys, like, you do whatever you want, like. But that's crazy. Like, I find this completely crazy. Like, to me, like, I don't understand that. Like, it's one thing, you know, it's one thing, like, let's say you're, like, let's say Assassin, right? Like my friend Assassin from back in Dark Souls 3, like, I think he still plays from time to time. But, like, it's different. Like, Assassin plays other games, and he never really left, like, DS3, so, like, you know, plays here and there. But someone, like, who tries to, you know, become the best, like, 8 years afterward, that's just a bit weird to me. How many players in there? It says there's 3 players. Let's just see. There's one Phantom there. The hole is there. Should be someone else. Oh, it's another invader. Alright, let's see here. Pulled out the Ugg, I pulled out Kestis, alright, alright, alright. Alright, that's not what I wanted. Where's the other red in there? Let's see the other red. Oh, he has that stupid alley. No hit there, that's surprising. Get it over with. What did I get hit by? That was weird. Didn't see anything. Yeah, absolutely, CEO. Like, you know, it's not strange to, but CEO, like you have to look at it this way, right? Like, who is new to Dark Souls 3? Like 8 years after launch, like the PvP, right? Not necessarily like, you know, you played Elden Ring and then like you're trying Dark Souls 3 and you happen to enjoy it, let's say. You know, that's one thing, right? But like wanting to get involved in the PvP like that late, when the like clearly there's no future for Dark Souls 3 like whatsoever. It's different from people who got in like early, and it's just, you know, they want to stick to it. You know, that's another thing. But like invest yourself like that late. I think it's strange, but again, like, you know, people can do whatever they want. But, you know, what's what's a little bit like, you know, mental is like, you know, asking me to come back to basically stroke yourself because I don't play the game anymore. Like, yes, I was the best at Dark Souls 3 when I played, but I haven't played in 4 years. Like, why do you want to play me? Like, why wouldn't you want to play whoever's playing right now? I mean, probably because there's no one playing. But, like, to me, that's just slightly deranged. Like, not a lot, obviously. Like, there's way worse things than that, but just slightly. Stroke yourself? Well, you asked how much it takes to bring me back. Like, because you know, like, I'm not coming back like normally. I really don't like fighting this cheesy stuff. Oh, no hit there? That's quite strange. It's the same thing as Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Bro, that is such a good analogy, dude. That's such a good analogy. Dude, what a first-time comment. It's such a good comment. It's so true, though. Like, you have, like, the Jake Pauls coming in here, right? Like, people, you know, are basically, like, new to it. They're not necessarily bad, per se, but, like, compared to the top competition, you know, it's basically, like nothingness. but you basically are asking for like a retired champion to get the clout from it. That's basically what it is. It's such a good analogy. Although, to be fair, you know, like with the case of Tyson, like physically he could not, like, you know, get to a proper fighting condition. Like technically, you know, if I spend like, let's say 1 year like getting back to shape in Dark Souls 3, I would be the best again in no time. But like, why would I ever do that? Like, what a waste of time that would be. Like on a game that has like absolutely no future, where I've done like already pretty much everything in there. You're not clout-checking? I mean, listen, dude, like, you're, by default, if you're asking to pay me money to fight me in Dark Souls 3, like, you're a weirdo. Like, you know, there's nothing that, there's nothing that can excuse you for that. Like, you know, you do whatever you want, but you're just a weirdo to me, like, how stupid must you be to want to pay me money, which I haven't played the game in 4 years, like, to play me in that game? Like, to me, you're just stupid. But, I mean, I'm sorry, that's just how I see it. Like, you can try to swim every excuse that you can think of, but that's just how I see it. Like, that's the honest truth. But I mean, it's always been like that with Dark Souls 3, right? Like, those of you guys who were there back then, you know damn well, like, you know, like, our status in Dark Souls 3 was always very special. Like, everyone was always coming at us, and then I was the guy to beat. And even today, 4 years later, I've not played the game in 4 years, I'm still the guy to beat, and people are willing to pay me money just to fight me in Dark Souls 3. Isn't that crazy? I think that's crazy. You know, and a game that's absolutely going nowhere, on the decline, basically. I think that's crazy. And K to 1v1 you in Rainbow Six Vegas too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, okay, we have another back-end blade, though. This is always dangerous. Okay, we take that trade. Let's fully heal to reset the fight, and then go at him. Close. Oh, that's it. Again, guys, you know, like, you guys can play whatever game you want. Like, I'm not here to tell you which game to play and whatnot, right? It's just a different thing when you ask me, like, how much do you, like, how much do I need to pay you to play with me? Like, that's a different thing, guys. Let's be real. It's not even, like, it's not about which game you enjoy anymore. Like, that's just mental. I think they're under me. Not quite sure, though. Please respect yourselves more. I don't even think it's about respecting yourself. It's people that, you know, they think they're amazing at these dead games and they just want the reality check. But they're so thirsty that they're even willing to pay to get the reality check, which is crazy. No! God damn it, that's so unlucky. You wouldn't say you're thirsty, just curious? I mean, you're entertaining, that's what you are. You're definitely entertaining. You're so curious that you're willing to pay money for it. That's crazy to me. But I mean, you know, people don't have the same relationship with money. You know, there are people that are willing to throw money out of the window and burn money and shit like that. You know, it's different realities that, you know, people like me can't understand that. Like, I'm not the type of person who, like, who's willing to throw money out of the window like that. Steel tried to go back to Dark Souls 3. Well, Steel never really, like, you can't say, like, Steel tried to go back and it didn't go well. Like, Steel never invested himself in Dark Souls 3, like, that has, like, nothing to do with it. Like, Steel never, like, spent, like, nearly as much time as any of the tryhards in Dark Souls 3, never got interested in it. So, like, to say, like, it didn't go well, like, that's such a mute comment. That attack is so slow. Oh. But, you know, I'm thankful because, you know, that made me laugh a lot. Guys, what it comes down to, like, let me say it, like, straight up. What it comes down to is, like, it's like, it comes down to the selfishness, right? Like, people only care about themselves. It's always been like that, you know. Like, you have people that set up, like, back in the days, like, they would set up these situations where, you know, all they cared about was you duel, like, you duel me. I don't care about what you want. No, you duel me. Like, they want to duel you, even though you don't give a shit about them. Like, they want what they want. They don't care about what, like, how you feel about it. And that's the same thing here. Like, you know, I've been very vocal about the fact that I don't really care about Dark Souls 3 because it has no future anymore. You know, like, and for those of you who've known me from Dark Souls 3, it was the same with Rainbow Six. I've played Rainbow Six Vegas 2 for 8 years. You know, I played at the highest level on this game, and that is actually a competitive game, or was a competitive game that had, like, a very active competitive scene. And it was amazing, and I had a great time with the game, but at some point, you have to move on. Like, it's not gonna last forever. Like, at some point, you have to move on, and it is what it is. And then I moved on from Rainbow Six, and then actually, you know, quickly got into For Honor, won a few tournaments there, like, when the game launched. And then I eventually, like, dedicated myself more to Dark Souls 3, and that's mainly how we grew, like, the start for the channel. and became the best at that game, and then after that you move on to the next thing, which is Elden Ring. Elden Ring didn't pan out, but you know, the plan is to stick around until the next thing, and then the next thing, no matter what it is, even if it's not necessarily a PvP game. Let's say that the next thing is like Elder Scrolls 6, for instance, and I make content for Elder Scrolls 6, even if it's not PvP. Well, I'll be glad that had stuck around, you know, with Elden Ring, just to be there for the Elder Scrolls era, let's say. Or maybe it's not gonna be Elder Scrolls. Maybe Duskblood somehow makes me buy a Switch 2 and is actually a good PvP game. Let's just pretend. Well, I'll be glad that I stuck around with Elden Ring long enough to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And I don't want to let the channel go to waste either. You know, I've worked hard to get the channel up to that point. Like, people can, you know, decide to compare, like, X or Y channel. Like, everyone's different. Like, I'm not, like, I'm not Chase the Bro. Like, I'm not gonna be able to necessarily appeal to all these casuals. But I think I've done pretty well for myself over time. And I don't want to let that hard work, like, go to waste. But I would be shooting myself in the foot if I decide to go backward to games that are going to be, like, less and less relevant. Like, now I'm just, like, playing stupid. You know the Japanese soldier who kept fighting meme? I don't know the meme, but I heard the story of, like, Japanese soldiers who, like... Or, like, not Japanese soldiers, but, like, I think, like, Vietnam soldiers who were, like alone in the wood for like 4 years, and they kept like hearing like commercial flights, and they thought the war was still raging for like years and years after it was over. Not 4 years, but like years and years, like stuff like that. Like, I've heard like I heard like stories about that. Oh, is there fire? No, there's no fire. Nice. They hit both there. Kept going for like 20 plus years. Yeah, something like that. Like, I heard like some of these stories. Lieutenant Iro Onoda, an intelligence officer who spent nearly 30 years conducting guerrilla warfare in the Philippines. He and others refused to surrender until formally relieved of duty by their commander. That is crazy, bro. I mean, that's... You could call it dedication, but... Like, at this point, it's like a mental block. I mean, like, being, like... ignorant about your surroundings is one thing. Like, you know, maybe like they were like stranded on a specific island or whatever, and then they had like no way of knowing what was going on in the outside world. That's one thing. But like, when you're confronted with reality, like, one of my favorite saying, guys, in life, like, it's easier to fool someone than to convince someone that they've been fooled. Meaning that you can dupe someone, but you're never gonna get to admit then that they were stupid and they got fooled. And so that's just human nature. It's if you tell someone that they made a terrible decision with their life, and even if you rationalize it in the most logical way possible, you're not gonna get them to be reasonable about it. And so, like, going back to the story of these soldiers, which is quite unfortunate, like, you know, they spent basically their entire life fighting a war that didn't exist. Like, could you imagine the mental toll that this puts on you? Like, first of all, you look like, well, I mean, like, these people were probably smart people, I assume, so they probably know that this is ridiculous. So the mental blow must be, like, even harder, like, the more intelligent they are, basically. And so the more intelligent they are, the harder the blow is, and the more they want to deny it. And so, like, stuff like that is just crazy. But, you know, going back to more, like, day-to-day life scenario. You know, you could decide to... Okay, let's try to put, like, a very benign... Like, let's say... Imagine a very benign scenario, right? Like, you buy something, right? You buy something, a service, you know, an appliance, fucking you name it. Let's say you buy an appliance. You bought a brand new washing machine. That washing machine is like one of the newest model, cost like thousands of dollars. And then it breaks down like a year or so after. You know, you get the warranty, you go exchange it back for a new one, and then the next one like breaks like right after the warranty ends, like 5 years and some dust like later, like just after the warranty, let's say. You know, planned obsolescence basically. And then, you know, someone tells you that you should have done your research and bought like a used washing machine from the earlier years that were made to be more durable. And you don't want to accept it because new one is supposed to have better technology, new one equal better, and you're just stubborn about it. And you don't want to admit that you fucked up, that you should have been doing your due diligence when buying your washing machine. That's like a day-to-day example. Like, not everyone is going to react the same, but the reality is, no matter how, you know, biased you are, you know, the old models were not built for planned obsolescence. They were built to last, whereas the models of today are built with planned obsolescence in mind for the most part. And so the moral of the story is you cannot have, like, any preconceived bias, or you cannot, like, have too much of a... Like, you can't let your feelings get in the way of your decisions. I feel like that's a very specific washing machine story. It is very specific. It's not mine, but it's actually the story of someone I know. It's the story of someone I know. It's not mine, but I thought it was a good example. It is pretty funny, though. Yours is still going 10 years in? Oh yeah, dude. Where's that host is? I feel like maybe we missed them up there. Wait, no, there's a hidden pathway here. I keep forgetting about it. Yeah, right there. I think. Bro. They're above me. You hate the unnecessary touchscreen and panels on everything. Oh, that's the guy right there, isn't it? Oh, it's not. Never mind. Bro, where are they? There they are. You know what? Let's try... Is there another one? Okay, no, there isn't. Let's try this. Oh, that's right. I can't swap. Well, what a terrible fight. Okay, I fucked that up. I thought I could just quick swap, but I can't with the crossbow. That's my fault. I was trying to putrescent swap him, but that's my bad there. I just fucked that up. I mean, things are going to... Dude, I love this. Things are going to break. Just get a new one. If it keeps breaking, you're doing something wrong. No, that's the point. You don't get it. I mean, you're the perfect example, actually. Like, you have to like people like, you know, it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. Like, you've been fooled by planned obsolescence. It's very real. Like, the philosophy for engineering is different now than it was like in the 50s, or, you know, even like, you know, doesn't need to go as far back. But the engineering philosophy is just completely different. Like, it's all about cost saving now. And it's like everything is about growth. And in order to grow, when you're a company that makes washing machine, you need people to buy new washing machines. And, you know, the reality is, like, people really only buy like one washing machine every few years or so. So they make it so that they break down in a few years. And so it's not about you using it wrong. The machine was built to not last for a long time. And, you know, I'm not talking out of my ass. Like, you can look it up. Like, there are in like so many cases of Samsung paying fines for planned obsolescence. That's like one example. But you can watch, like, let's say YouTube channels of, like, you know, people that spent their life repairing washing machines. We're talking about like repair specialists, like specifically for these appliances. Like, you can look up like some of their vids. They'll tell you that the newer models are basically made more complicated, and they have more moving parts and more points of failure. And that makes it so even if they're not necessarily made with planned obsolescence in mind, they're more fragile overall. And they tend to break more because they're not made as durable and as simple as some of the older ones. That's the reality. There was a prominent case with iPhones, actually. I mean, there's a ton of cases with planned obsolescence. You don't hear about them in the news, but if you try to search for them, you'll find plenty of cases. It's very, very common. Like, but companies just understand the game. Like, they pay the fine and they keep doing it. That's the reality. God damn it, we missed him. This guy did not take a lot of damage. Input. Nice. The fact that you can't replace your battery is a scam in itself. Yeah, I mean, right to repair is another discussion. I know there's like some, I think Lewis, the famous YouTuber, is like advocate for that. But I mean, reality is, like, you know, we should have like right to repair our stuff. It's just very basic. This is an extremely basic concept that's, you know, like, shouldn't really be a debate, but it's just like that. It's so ingrained into like the cost-saving production philosophy now of like it's easier to save cost and have everything be glued together a lot of times, that you don't really bother with like having things be replaceable. Or in the case of Apple, they purposefully make it as unreplaceable as possible to keep their monopoly. But yeah, we're starting to get into like different discussions though. The moral of the story is, you know, it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled. Let me give you another example. This one's a little harsher. Could you imagine like being raised in a specific environment where everyone around you had a certain belief, let's say a culture, and you know later on in your life you find out that that culture or that belief is basically utter bullshit? Like, how would you deal with that? I mean, you can't really answer that, but how would you deal with that? You know, you base your entire life around a belief that you later find out that is not true. That's a very hard blow. That's like very similar to the story of the military man. You basically like spent 20 years thinking that the war was still raging, right? But stuff like that is very real throughout like our lives on like every level, to the little instances of day-to-day life where you buy like an item, to, you know, like when you go on about a decision about your day, or your even your belief system. So you have to be, you know, like when you take conscious of that, you have to be in acceptance that things change and you might not always be right, and you need to be ready to turn on a dime if you need to. And also, you know, it is what it is. Like, it's a fine line. Like, sometimes it's good to hold your ground and hold on to your belief because you believe that this is what's right. But sometimes the line is very fine between being right and being stubborn in the wrong way. Oh, I don't think there was a way to go up. All right, guys, we can talk a little bit about philosophy if you want. So, guys, like, the line between good and evil often gets blurred, right? Because something that one might qualify as evil, another person might not, right? Like, ultimately, like, the way of life, which is the Chinese way, by the way, this is how China operates, like, even on the political level, just FYI. It's the law of the jungle. The strong dictates what happens to the weak, because the strong has power over the weak. That's the reality of life, whether we like it or not. With that being said, does that mean, does that make it right, though? Does it make it right that because you can oppress, you should? You know? That's the question you need to ask yourself. And also, is that actually to your benefit to oppress as well? Right? Because sometimes you think like, I mean, that's more like a war discussion. Like, sometimes, like, historically, if you read like some of these historical books, you'll see that ruling by power was not necessarily like historically always the best options, like empires rise and fall and shit. And sometimes like ruling by like making the population or the ruled population be like very at ease, like they have no point to revolt, basically. And so ruling by force is not necessarily the way to go, basically. But going back to the discussion about like what's right and what's wrong, if you believe that there is no right and wrong in the world, you're going to be a very different person than the person who has a moral anchor, who does believe that evil does exist, and that killing innocent, like, you know, at some point you have to take a stance. Like, do you believe, let's say, like, we're gonna take an extreme just to make a point, do you believe that killing an innocent person that has done nothing wrong to you, do you believe that this is evil? If you don't believe that it is evil, that it's just subjective, then, you know, I'm not here to tell you what to think, but it makes you a completely distinct person from the person who has a moral and a belief system. The person who does not believe that evil exists is a very dangerous person. Usually in society, like, we call those like psychopaths, sociopaths, and that sort of stuff, right? And these people are very dangerous for the rest of the other people. And because they're very dangerous, you know, they're gonna be like always like outcasts by everyone else for obvious reason, because they're dangerous. And so you might even get some reinforcement about the evil behavior, basically. I cannot reach the host back. Wait, what? Did we get our things back? What the hell? I'm actually confused right now. But I'll say one thing. I think in today's day and age, like, one thing I'm noticing around me is that people's moral anchor is getting blurred more and more. They have a harder time recognizing what's right and wrong. And they behave like lost. Like, people are more lost now. Like, depressed, lost, and they don't have an anchor, a goal, a reason to exist, you know? Like, if your reason to exist is clear, your behavior is going to be very different of a person who does not know what his goal or his role is. And that moral anchor can definitely give you a goal. Your reason to place the shoot TV ears mid-airs with Gollum Arrow. Are you evil? Absolutely, dude. You're the worst person ever. According to Reddit. Yeah, that is true, Chirico. Like, religion does have a place in the discussion because, you know, I'm not personally, like, you know, adhering to any religion, but it would be foolish to not realize that a lot of religion had their place in history as a moral anchor to people, whether it was right or wrong. I'm not here to say whether it was right or wrong, but it definitely had an impact for sure. There's no doubt about that. Alright, last respawn, and then we're gonna back out of this world because we can't reach the host. But guys, I'm not here to tell you what to think, right? Like, you guys can do whatever the fuck you want. We're just having a discussion. Okay, well, we cannot reach the host, so let's back off. People back then were savages and needed some morals. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. But that doesn't mean that people don't need some sort of morals today either, though. That's what I think. Now, where does the morals come from? I don't have the answer. Where should it come from? I don't have the answer either. I think that answer is to each his own, really. But ultimately, these questions, like, will eventually lead you to ask yourself, like, you know, like, why were you put into this world? Like, what is even consciousness? Like, what is real? Like, you know, the ultimate questions that no one can really answer. Like, ultimately, it will come down to that. Like, if you push the question, like, further and further and further. And then, you know, if you zoom out, you know, completely, like, you pretend like you're, I don't know, like you're an abstraction and you're looking at, you know, this tiny being that is you in this entire universe. Like, what is the relevance of, let's say, you know, the same moral story as we said earlier? Like, what is the relevance of, like, killing another human being or not? Like, in the grand scheme of the cosmos. That's usually, like, somewhat of the argument for people who say that the line for what's good and evil is, you know, there's nothing that's necessarily good or evil, it's all subjective. You know, that's usually the argument for it. But again, to me, the way I see it, it all depends on how you view consciousness itself. If you see yourself as just a random microbe in this whole world, then you're probably gonna have like a harder time like loving yourself and those around you. But if you don't, it's gonna be a little different. Just made a vid about using meteoric ore 3 days ago. Need to start using crossbow because it looks fun. Yeah, the sleep crossbow into meteoric ore is that's an idea that came from Spades. Like when the DLC came out, Spades who is like a top or D top like Dark Souls 1 player. Sometimes he comes in here, you know, says hi or streams Elden Ring from time to time still. Spades basically like came up with this triple spread crossbow, sleep arrows into the, you know, the Ash of War for this. It's very good. It's definitely very, very strong. It's a lot of fun to play with. I mean, it's a gimmick, but I mean, it is Elden Ring. Elden Ring is the ultimate gimmick game. Grim likes best of nining and Pontiff with a Noto clicker. Is he still using a macro? That shit's funny.
Hey!
Barely. I didn't mean to get the BS grab there. If you guys want to talk about Dark Souls 3, like, one of the reasons why I didn't stick for too long on PC and I left when I managed to beat everyone was that I felt like some people were cheating. And like, you know, like you said, like you talk about an auto clicker. I know like there was already like some people using macro to click like Sun Princess Ring for regen, for instance. And like Grim was using like macros for swaps, and then some people I suspected were also like playing at higher FPS, or you know, some of the more obvious cheats were like people actually like speeding up their character a little bit, but that you could usually see it. But the FPS thing, at the level we played at, it made a difference. Because when Vale and I tried it, because, you know, like, you have to try it to see, like, what's the benefit. Like, the benefit was very clear. Like, you could see the reaction time of someone who... Like, you could see, like, the role discipline of someone who's a top player, the normal role discipline, and then someone that was not a top player. If they had higher FPS, you could see the difference. And so I always felt like, after that point, I was like, you know what? I think Dark Souls 3 on PC is just people trying to sneak in technical advantages, not necessarily good players. But, you know, I could never really accuse anyone because you have no proof, so it's pointless to throw names out there. Like, actually, can't prove anything. There's shameless lag switchers. Oh, that, I mean, that's quite obvious. You know, when someone just starts lagging when they're about to lose and shit. Like, come on now. Like, we've seen plenty of that. No, I'm talking about, like, you know, people that play, like, the competition, you know, the tournaments and everything that should be, like, really, like, even fight dueling focused. And then they use every edge they can, even if that's quote-unquote illegal by the rules. Like how the chess players had the butt plug? Exactly, Mango. You already know the drill, bro. PC is terrible because of this. I mean, you know, it's not even a Dark Souls 3 thing. Like, this is a thing with, like, every competitive game on PC. Guys, like, look at any competitive game, right? How many cases are there out there of, like, top, quote-unquote, top players, like, cheating in events? Like, it's like, you could name, like, any game. I'm sure you could find, like, cases. Dark Souls 3 was no different, guys. Like, come on now. Says the cheater who has this cancel. That's a good one. What I love that comment because I mean I know you're joking, but there's like some people on the channel like here and there, like, you know, every month or so, like a comment like that like pops up. It's like, oh, you don't like Elden Ring because you can't cheat at Elden Ring. You can't Estus cancel. Like I've seen that like a few times. I always think that's funny. I'm glad Elden Ring doesn't have Estus cancel though. I genuinely do. I mean, I'm responsible for this game not having Estus cancel. Like, for those of you who don't know, when the network test came out, no one, like, you know, every content creator and their mother played the network test. No one, none of them, nil, none yet, nobody, no content creator, nobody made any feedback vid. I was the only person out of this entire community, out of everyone that plays From Software games in their mother, the only person, it was me. And guess what I did? I gave them feedback on exactly like the problems that I saw when the game came out with the network test, and how like certain glitches like carried over. Not even Gabri. Well, Gabri made the vid with me, so Gabri and I basically like tested a lot of that stuff together. But Gabri didn't make his own separate vid, and Gabri was not like a well-known content creator, so like we would rather have me do it basically. But you know, it's not like I was the only person that participated for the vid. Like, people helped me out for that vid. There was Spectre, Gabri, Akrish, you know. But that's about it. Like, just my inner circle of friends, basically. Like, we were the only person that legitimately cared about the game. And even, like, even to a bigger extent, like, Gabri is the reason why people actually PvP competitively. No, Amir had nothing to do with that, Ongon. Amir didn't do anything when the network test came along. But, like, you look at what Gabri did. Gabri is the reason there's even a ladder in this game. Like, all these quote-unquote tourney players that very often like to bitch about Gabri, like, they don't even realize Gabri made the fucking PvP Discord, and he set up this whole ladder thing. Without him, there would be none of it. People don't realize, like, it's always the same people that are the driving force for any change or any positive, you know, improvement. But these are always the people that get shit on and not appreciated. And so, you know, just like the Redditors like to shit on me for Estus canceling, even though I'm actually the reason why Estus cancel is not in Elden Ring, it's always funny to me, you know. And then people, you know, they think you're talking out of your ass when you say that. Oh, that's not because of you. It's someone. It must be someone else. Like, other people have done it. No, they didn't. I was the only person that actually fucking gave the feedback directly to FromSoft. Like, handed the keys over to them. So, you know, if you're gonna blame me for Estus canceling, you also have to give me credit for removing it in Elden Ring. And, you know, it's the same thing with swapping, right? Like, people don't realize, but this whole neutral swapping thing is something I invented in Dark Souls 3. Like, it didn't exist prior to that. But you never really see, like, people giving me credit for that, right? Like, it's always, like, you know, either people are new and they just don't know, which is, you know, that's fine, but... And people were around, like, nobody really talks about that. Like, you know, did you know that G actually came up with this whole neutral swapping thing? Like, I never hear anyone say that. But that's true, though. But what is wrong with Invasion just spawning and then they're fighting in the boss room? It happens so often today. Yeah, the left hand thing is another thing I came up with, right? Like having your main hand weapon on the left hand. That's another thing I came up with to compensate for the fact that, you know, you could like keep the or use any weapon and have like the same anchor to swap from. So, you know, what makes the most sense in the context of this game is usually like Icon Shield or like Spiral Horn, but it doesn't work for every setup, but you know, that whole like layout makes a lot of sense. If you're experienced with the game, you know the value of it. But you never hear anyone like giving me credit for that. It's always like, you know, like, oh, geez, toxic, you know, Estus cancel this or Boglitch that. You Boglitch? Yeah, Boglitch was kind of a pain, honestly. I'm glad that chainsaw is not like really widely used in this game. Like even like if there's still like a version remaining, it's very rare that you see it. That shit is genuinely like bad for games like this. Chainsaw was mad funny. I mean, a lot of these broken glitches are pretty funny when you do it like a few times. It's just that for the well-being of the game and, you know, the participation of the community and, you know, the grand scheme of things, it's definitely extremely detrimental. There's no doubt about it. But like individually, if you take situation from situation, like of course there are some funny ones. Especially, you know, like, let's say you only play the game, let's say you play the game casually and you don't really think too much of it. Like, it's funny to, you know, from that perspective, it's funny to just one-tap someone and they're angry because they got one-tapped by a glitch. Like, of course it's funny if you're like that. Like, people that are dissociated with the game will absolutely think it's funny, and they are completely right for that. But, you know, like, if you want to create like a proper environment for the game to grow, that's not the environment for it. Alright, let's change area. We're not getting anything from there. Try to invade from prayer room. Well, guys, with all that talking and all that searching for invasions and not finding anything, I just realized we only played with Meteoric Ore today. We have not played with the Blood Iron Greatsword, which I think we should. Next invasion, let's try that Iron Greatsword. See how good or how bad it is. We're not getting anything from there. Let's try here. How many hours do I have in Elden Ring? Let's see. Can you see, Actually, I don't know how to see it. We saw it last time. Like, we did the math last time. I don't know what was the number, though. Because I have like probably like 250 hours when when the game came out on like some other on the PS5 version of the game. And then I have the hours that are listed on this one, but I don't know the numbers by heart. It's a big number, but it's not a very big number by a lot of try-hard standard, let's say. Because I don't play this game outside of the streams, so... So the numbers is not like the people that play every day, for instance. But, you know, as someone who plays this game for part-time revenue, like, of course the number is still gonna be high enough so that it's enough to get some streaming revenue. Have an alt and you ladder with? Ew. Man, if people believe that, I don't know if I should say good on them or Jesus Christ, like get yourself checked. I don't know, but this whole alt thing, like it was always like a thing in Dark Souls 3, like, oh, this is a JeeNiNe alt, JeeNiNe alt this, JeeNiNe alt that. You know, it was one thing to believe that I had alts in Dark Souls 3, but it's a completely other thing to say I have alts in Elden Ring where I don't care whatsoever about the game. And I didn't, you know, I didn't play on alts on any of these games. The only game I had alts in was Rainbow Six. And it was not like hidden alts, like had my tag on my alt. It was just to play on multiple teams. And it was not like a me thing, like everyone was doing that. It was like some sort of like community mercenary system where people just played with each other. Oh. You sure that's dead? Yeah, that's dead. I think that's the platform. And fighting my ults to boost my elo? Yeah, exactly. My Elden Ring elo, dude. The alts in Rainbow Six, though, like, most of them were not, like, my alts. It was, like, team alts created by the team to basically have, like, any player play on it when, like, we needed, like, an extra player to sub in. Because, like, you know, like, back in the days of Rainbow Six, like, the way it would work is you'd play, like, ladder matches on game battles to qualify for the championship at the end of the season, but... Like, sometimes you wanted to play a match, but let's say there was only, like, a challenge that was put up for a 4v4, and let's say you only had 3 players. Well, if you wanted to accept the challenge and you had, like, another buddy on another team that you could play with, then you would have that other buddy play on that alt. And then you'd be able to set up the 4v4. Where's that host at? Bro, did he do a full, like, run around the level? Have you tried any recent shooters? No, I left the shooting genre a long time ago. Yo, what is that? They just appeared out of thin air. That was crazy. What the hell? Did you guys see that? That was wild. All right, you know what? I said I'd switch to this. It's unfortunate. My teammate died too quickly. We got double teamed at the worst time by the by the shit phantom. The greatsword doesn't seem very good though. Like this guy had the solitude armor, which is low bleed resist, and we did not bleed him like quickly whatsoever. So this blood greatsword doesn't seem very good at all. God damn it, just try to help your friend, would you? Oh, come on. I cannot see anything either. Oh, the latency on that kill. Yeah, I'm not quite sure about that great sword though. Doesn't seem that great. I think the best way to play Greatsword is probably like a storm stomp type setup, or you just like storm stomp R2. Flamberge off impact chat for bleed. Yeah, that's really bad. We actually did a full stream dedicated to that setup. That shit is really horrible. Let's transfer Seppuku to a Stormcaller. I don't think you can do that. I don't think it works with Seppuku on gun. Pretty sure we tried that a little while ago. I'll pay you 1K to play two-handed pikes. It does? No way. No way, dude. There's no way it does. We're gonna try this. You want 4550-ish? Yeah, 4550-ish is not the build we have right now, though. It's mostly like a strength build with some arc requirement. But knowing that, I'm probably gonna try that with some other builds, though. God damn it. Is Vagabond or Hero better for this build? Hero is always better than Vagabond for arcane builds. Yeah, the blade proc is definitely faster. There's no doubt about it. You're right. It definitely does seem to work. There's probably better weapons than this great sword to try this on, though. You said great cat, but... Oh, man, you know what? Oh, my God. Where is it? Did we need to try this with this twin blade? What would be the right ash for twin blade here? You could have spin slash, you could have sword dance even. Let's try spin slash. We can try spin slash first, or actually. Also, let's grab, you know, like, we need the Vari helmet for this. Like, come on now. A bit more poise, though. Go with that. I'm so curious to try this. I feel like this is going to be extremely nasty. So the play is going to be you seppuku to this. Then you use this one, which somehow still has the seppuku, even though you don't see it. Although, to be fair, there's not much of a point of doing that with Twin Blade. Because it's not like Spin Slash is like the all-in be-all Ash of War that's gonna make or break the weapon. It's not like the Great Sword, which like really needs the Ash for it to be any relevant. Love the yellow eyes on this. What could be interesting though is doing this with Milady. Doing this with Milady would be something that's definitely worth trying. Like putting seppuku on Milady and then switching to a sword dance one. Let's try the Twin Blade first. Which do you think is the most Kevin starting class, and why is it Samurai? It's a good one. Alright, we could try to attack him right away, but... Post is extremely latent. Wow. Yo, the damage on this shit. Okay. I think my seppuku wore off. That should be a kill though. Yeah, when the seppuku wears off, it's not as strong. I think we need to try the... Let's try Iron Greatsword again, but we need to try the Stormcaller, all things considered. Isn't 20 arcane low for bleed? Yes, it is, because the build was not made for that. It was made for meteoric ore greatsword. Head there. No, what is that shit lock on? Holy shit. Bro. Maybe we're gonna have to reapply it. They're just sticking next to each other. It's too short. Alright, this setup is actually really fucking dog shit. Oh, that doesn't even work. That's sad. Okay, let's just kill him normally. I was pretending like he's playing with me and then he doesn't. Where is it? Over there. I cannot believe he did not get killed there. Alright, I'm annoyed right now. Should have been over. Yeah, these weapons are quite shit. Alright, let's try something else here. I think the blue is not gonna attack me or gank me. Yeah, we have some PvE to help us. Thank you, Blue. And these guys were starting to be annoying. Yeah, unfortunately, I think the blade stuff is not gonna work for this build. Like, you know, this was really a build that was made for Meteorite or Greatsword. And so, like, the other weapons are just like sidekicks. So I think if you want to rock this, like Ungon said, like, I think you need like a dedicated bleed build to where like you really maximize your blade build up as much as possible. And you probably want like either an occult or a bleed infusion. Also, how long does the seppuku last? I don't think it lasts very long, does it? $60 seconds? Oh, that's not bad, actually. Oh my god! The damage is real! Okay, he's dead. Holy damage. He almost got deleted along with them. Like, Sword Lance is another one that... Like, the seppuku swap makes sense when you have a weapon that really needs the ash, right? Otherwise, like, what's the point of swapping the seppuku if you don't even use the ash? Like, with Sword Lance, you'd be using, like, Flame Strike or a damage buff. Like, if you were to use Sword Lance. And so the damage buff is basically, like, seppuku in that case. And you cannot use Flame Strike, so what do you use? Storm Stomp? But if you use Storm Stomp, you lose the combo, so you lose the point for Sword Lance. Okay, so if not Storm Stomp, then what? Seppuku Clean Rot would be interesting, but I don't think this is the right build for it. Because again, guys, you have to consider, like, you need the weapon to, like, rely on the ash. Otherwise, there's no point of switching it out. Another thing we could actually do is the more evil option, which is you make a fucking fat roll build and you just use BHS, right? That way you have more stats. Roll into that, I feel. That was risky. Like, you know, what would be interesting for the seppuku setup is you make a fat roll build, you use BHS. And so because you're on a fat roll build, you have more points to spare. And so because you have more points to spare, you can have more damage and more bleed buildup. So then the trade-off makes sense. I think if you do something like that for a twin blade dedicated build, like a fat roll twin blade build with seppuku, and then you swap to BHS, that would be nasty. All right, let's give it another shot. I mean, I didn't have time to swap. This guy just rushed me. Not what I wanted. Close one? Yeah. I wanted to use this. Like, my goal here is to see, like, what can we do with the sword dance? Like, if we have the bleed seppuku with the sword dance, like, assuming one sword dance will bleed them, what do we get out of it? Like, how much damage does that sword dance do, all things considered? That's sort of what I want to see. How many players? 2 players. Actually, thought the other guy would attack me. Okay, you will. That's unfortunate. Oh, come on. Let's try that again. I'm really going out of my way to try things because I mean, it's just not very good, guys. Like, it's not good. Just not a very good setup. These players that just... Do it again, no? Guys, this is not good. This setup is not good. It's really not. Let's try another one. Let's try the Milady version. One-handed greatsword moveset is better. No, you lose hyper armor. Like, using a greatsword one-handed is completely pointless. Let's try Milady. Same idea, you know, we seppuku buff and then we try to use the sword dance with Milady. By the way, like, one-handed greatsword being, like, not very good doesn't mean you can't play with it. Like, you guys can play with whatever you want. Like, we've explored different setups with one-handed greatsword, like, here and there over the, you know, some streams, but the conclusion is just that it's not very good, that's all. He debuffed me, bastard. He could not test the proper bleed buildup. Yeah, you're right. I should keep Milady for another another stream. But I'm just curious. Just curious about how it would play out, you know, like having a Milady that does like bleed on jumping attack. Because, like, if we can Milady bleed every time we do, like, a jump R2, it's gonna be so nasty, because it's probably gonna two-shot. And so you're gonna be left with a scenario where your Milady always two-shots. That would be pretty neat. What level is the character? It's 150. I think it's worth using grafted though, since our blade buildup is very low. And our damage too. There. I mean, Milady is definitely a weapon that pairs well with status buildup because it does like multi-hits very, very often. But like you said, like it makes way more sense on the Dex Arcane hybrid. Because on the Dex Arcane, like you'd probably have like the multi-hits tally, the bleed kicking in. Like you could have a pretty hefty mix of like damage buffs coupled with that. What I want to try now. I want to try. Oh no, we can't seppuku a curved greatsword. Can we try Stormcaller with this? Let's try Stormcaller here. You can? You can seppuku CGS? Wait. No way! You actually can? What the fuck? That's crazy. Okay, well, let's try this. How the hell can you seppuku that? What the fuck is this? You slice your torso in half and shit. How silly. Oh yeah, I did seppuku Beastman. That's true. Like, Beastman Cleaver seppuku was ridiculous. Now what we're gonna try is seppuku Freya, and then after that Stormcaller, and then we Stormcaller into R2. That's gonna be the goal. Let's see what happens. I don't have Sacred Bloody Flesh. Why not KGS? Because KGS has really bad scaling with arcane strength. Like the greatsword to try was most definitely Iron Greatsword. Like Iron Greatsword like has better scaling than pretty much everything on this setup. It's just that the moveset is not amazing. I'm sure we could push this further, though. Like, damage-wise, I mean. How many players in there? There's one player. Alright, let's see if we can make this work. Oh, I forgot. We need to seppuku this. Alright, let's try this out. tried to heal. What the hell? The last second chug? Yeah, he went for the chug. Are you gonna watch the Duskblood Nintendo stream? Yeah, I want to. I want to stream it. It's tomorrow at 10 a.m. for me. You'll probably see me. I'm gonna stream that Duskblood. See how bad it is. Hopefully it's good, but you know, hopefully it's bad so I don't have to buy a Switch 2. I'm conflicted, as you can see. Another business expense? Oh yeah, no doubt that it's gonna be a business expense if that's the case, but man, I don't want to buy the worst fucking console ever. I really do not want to buy a Switch 2, man. I guess the positive is, like, electronics are getting so expensive that I might be able to purchase one, you know, stream the game for a year, and then sell my Switch 2 at profit later on or something stupid like that. Because the price will have gone up. You know, you never know. How many players in there? It's one guy. He's so fast. Wonder if they changed their mind on exclusivity. I'm pretty sure they can't, quote-unquote, change their mind. It's likely up to the Nintendo. And I'm pretty sure the reason this Duskblood even exist is for the exclusivity deal. Alright, let's do this. I don't like it because I don't have priority here. Let's just... him to move a little bit. Problem with these weapons, it's, you know, like a Freya without Flame Strike is just not a very good weapon. Like, I equipped this really to try out the Stormcaller, but there's no way, like, someone's gonna run into a Stormcaller into a 1v1 like that. Or in a 1v1, I mean. You think Duskblood will flop? I think, logically speaking, your answer should be that... Or, like, it likely will. Like, logically speaking, like, everything points out to Duskblood flopping. And the reason for it is that you're basically, like, selling a niche within a niche. AKA, like, the exclusivity, it's like a niche because it's Nintendo players only. And then it's the PvP niche within the Nintendo players, right? So, because it's a niche within a niche, then you start to have problems. If it was just one niche, or aka, like, if it's just a Nintendo exclusivity and the game is not necessarily PvP focused, then that would work. Or if it's a PvP focused game, but it's not a Nintendo exclusive, that would work too. But having both at the same time limits your... the potential interested customers, basically. It's just basic math, right? Like, it's just basic market research. It's just a niche within a niche. So on paper, it's set up to fail. But you never know with FromSoft. FromSoft sometimes surprises people. They usually don't come out with bad games. You know, no matter what you say about From Software games or their PvP, like, usually everything that they put out is somewhat good. So you never know. Maybe it incentivizes more people to play the PvP because Duskblood is good, let's say. Like, that's possible. But, you know, realistically, it's probably gonna fail. Like, that's your base case, right? Your base case is a failure, but it wouldn't be impossible that it does succeed because it's FromSoft. But, you know, the odds are it's not. That's how I see it. Obviously, I don't have a crystal ball. That's just how I see it. And I think the logic of making this move, it's purely Sony, not Sony, sorry, it's purely Nintendo who are trying to sell consoles with exclusive, right? So they want people to buy their Switch 2s. And that's pretty much it. How many players in there? It's 2 players. Damage. Could be a BS. Out of stam. Whoa, that was barely. Yeah, this setup is not very good though. I'm gonna be honest, like I don't think this is quite what I want. Like I would be better off just, you know, using a normal like strength Freya flame strike here. Or even like just a heavy infused Stormcaller Freya. But I mean, we tried it, right? We tried it. We tried this one. Everyone you know that own a Switch 2 are not planning to try Duskblood at all. I mean, that makes sense, really. That makes sense because, I mean, the Switch 2 is a platform for younger people. And then, like, people that, like, just stuck to some specific franchises. Like Mario or Pokemon or Donkey Kong, or I don't know, like all the Nintendo franchises. But like for the most part, the PvP crowd, I guess you have Smash Bros. Maybe Smash Bros players could be interested in Duskblood. I don't know. But overall, it's just, again, it's a niche within a niche, and there's not much of a market for what they're putting out. I don't think, at least. They paid small amount. Do you know how much they paid? Do you actually know that number? I'd be curious. Like, if they actually had FromSoft make like a dedicated single player game, or like a game like you know, a Dark Souls type game, like a linear games, and has some single player, some co-op, maybe some invasions, you never know. A game like that would have sold really well, I think, on the Switch 2. Because you get that sort of Zelda-like experience, right? And so the players that own it would be glad to play that. But I mean, the thing is, the Switch 2 is such a weak platform. It's so weak. Like, you're really hampering yourself as a developer when you're developing for that shit. It's just such a bad platform. It's weak and it's slow. Like, the response time for the screen is fucking terrible. Like, it has horrendous response time. And so a game like a From Software game does not do well when you can't react properly to stuff. So that makes the designers, they have to account for the fact that your reaction time is going to be utter dog shit on that platform. But it does change things. You can't find info about it? Yeah, I don't know either. And the color for this definitely goes with the armor. And Bayonetta 3 didn't sell as much from what you read, and it also sells to a mature audience. Well, that's a good, some good insight, right? Interesting to know that. You couldn't even get an average LCD screen for it. Yeah, the LCD they have for Switch 2 is like actually garbage. Like the Switch 2 has like, it is the worst platform in like recent history. It's very unfortunate. Like I say that, like I'm not trying to shit on people who've bought it. It's just a fact. Like The input lag on that thing is legitimately crazy. Crazy high. Careful about the spells coming our way soon. Now we're gonna get fog walled. And these players are amazing. I think you can definitely develop games for like inferior platforms. Like, look at the Pokemon franchise. Pokemon franchise is like games that are basically turn-based. No one gives a shit about the response time for the screen on games like that. I'm sure there are people that loves these games, these types of games still. Like something like that to me makes sense on a platform like a Switch, but you talk about like a Zelda, for instance, even then, like, you're starting to get into like real-time action territory. Like, I know it's Nintendo exclusive, but that platform doesn't make sense for a Zelda game. Funnily enough, you have like the superior version of that, which is basically every other handheld that exists. They're all better than the Switch 2. Like, you know, the response time for every other fucking handheld platform out there is just like far better. Well, like, you know, you could say a game like a Baldur's Gate, right? Any turn-based game, but a Baldur's Gate actually is pretty intensive graphically, so I'm not even sure it could run on the Switch 2. Maybe it can run, but extremely toned down, so maybe it's not the best way to enjoy the game, right? And you know where, like, response time and input lag and the delay matters most? It's in PvP games. But PvP games that are not turn-based, like real-time PvP game or action PvP game or shooters, all these types of games, you need like pristine response time. Otherwise, it's not gonna work, man. And so that's why the... Oh, do we have a chance here? Dude, we had a small window of opportunity and we took it. You fucking shit player. I hate that spell, like it shouldn't even be in the game. And then he buffs afterward. God damn it, I removed my buff. Okay, let's do another one. Oop. Do this one. Let's do this. Wow, no hit. The ults might be latent, unfortunately. Oh, we got what we wanted. Now let's kill this one. Kill the Rune Arc man. Stairs moment. You just run. Yeah, you just booked it, dude. What is this, man? Okay, I'm out of this. Okay, let's just kill him normally. This is taking too long. You know what? Let's just TS him. It's taking way too long. Oh, we can't anymore. What is that trade, dude? That's crazy. Gotta kill the blue. The host is too late then, so we're not gonna be able to finish him off cleanly. Insane early hit. My Phantom is fucking getting me killed here. Forced to dodge his attack, and then I'm getting comboed. That actually helps him because it gets him out of the way. Now I can't actually engage anymore. My Phantom got me to get hit too much. I was already like out of healings. Oh no, never mind. I have a blessing still. Probably best to keep it though. Okay, this here, can we craft? This guy prevented me from recrafting. Shit, insane. Okay, there you go. Now we can recraft. Alright, should be good now. Still waiting there. What is this, dude? The inputs in this game. Finally. Oh, I'll let the host fight. It'd be too boring otherwise if we yank him. Alright, I think we're gonna do a last one and then I'm gonna call it for today. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours and a half. That's a lot. Like the Fate Keeper video? Dude, Fate Keeper is actually really fun. It's short, but I mean, it's only 10 bucks. But I actually really like that game. It was a lot of fun. It's fun learning the systems. Alright guys, I'm just gonna call it here. Ooh. I think that's enough Elden Ring for today. I mean, we did try a few things. It's fun to switch it up a little bit, but I'd say no standout today. Nothing that really stood out. Did learn about the seppuku thing. I think on a proper build, we're gonna be able to have like a proper milady seppuku stuff. But it's gonna require a dedicated build, and we're probably gonna do that like next stream. Alright guys, tomorrow morning at 7 AM, Nintendo and Duskblood. We're gonna see how that Duskblood's gonna turn out. Hopefully it's decent. Alright guys, take it easy everyone. Thanks for coming by again. I hope you enjoyed the stream, and I'll catch you guys up later. Take care guys. Let's raid fellow Elden Ring content creator named, okay, we got Owen, we got Swoosh, and yeah, that's about it. Let's see who's invading. Okay, Swoosh is doing PvE, so we're gonna raid Owen. All right, take care, guys.